Morning, everybody. We'll start the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
God, we thank you that we know your presence here with us today as we meet. We ask you to guide these commissioners as they make decisions that impact the county. We ask you to watch over our employees, protect them, and we ask you to bless the citizens of our county.
I'll make a motion that we approve the minutes as presented.
I'll second it.
Motion been moved and seconded. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Okay, you want to put a couple other quick things, see if Danny gets here pretty quick, or?
I think that's his, because he had that big purple truck.
I
Yep.
think so.
We could-
Yeah, let's,
uh,
so we got claims.
Claims, if you're ready for them.
I see on the claims too, there was a question I had as far as the electric bill. Did you see it, Jason? We have an electric bill at the old jail for $449.16. It's been going on for a little while, but does anybody know what that's about?
I don't,
Did you see it?
no. I didn't pick up on it.
Yeah, I think they're still running heat and stuff over there, but
Why are
it
we-
sounds,
I mean, at one time I thought we shut it all off, so I'm saying,
It was supposed to have been winterized, was it not?
I thought it was.
yeah, other than that, I don't know what it would be.
Who would know? Sean?
Possibly.
I guess we can approve these and then talk about it. I'll make a motion, we pay the claims in the amount of $255,060.65.
I'll second that motion. Motion been moved and seconded to approve the claims. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries.
All right, so are you guys ready to get right into your executive session then, or?
Sure.
And I don't know,
Danny, I seen on there, we've got something going on in the old jail over there. The electric bill is $449.16 this month.
Is the HVAC running?
I don't know. I just, I mentioned it there. I mean, but nobody had to pay for it.
Sorry, I'm thinking it's-
so definitely something we can have.
It's
somebody
been
check
going on for
into.
a little while, I believe.
so everything taken care of, we're ready to go into executive session?
Yeah.
Yep. Just,
And I don't know how long you'll need for that. Jason's got the copies of the stuff to go through with the employees. And
You have 10 minutes, Beef? You think it's enough?
How much?
10 minutes apiece.
Yeah.
so you got 4 people.
Yep.
Do we need to name those people?
I'll have their names in the minutes because they'll be going into executive session, so we can. I mean,
It's public issue.
I'll make a motion that we go into executive session. Would be for personnel then?
Yes.
For personnel with Chris, Martin, Randy, Sean, and Amanda. Going for 10 minutes apiece.
Okay.
For a total of 40 minutes.
I'll second that.
Motion been moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
You don't need me in those sections, do you?
I don't think so. Worth the talk.
I'm trying to stay out of evaluations.
I'll make a motion to go back in executive session for another 20 minutes.
I'll second it.
Motion been moved and seconded. All in favor?
Q? Okay. Okay. We can come back to it if you want to. So I know we've got quite a bit on the agenda and we're later than we planned. Do you want to go ahead and get the fire and AMR report and some of that out of the way before you jump into anything else? Or
Yeah.
and actually the next thing I had listed, well, next couple of things was moving next week's meeting to Tuesday because Monday's Martin Luther King Day.
I'll make a motion that we move next week's meeting to Tuesday, January 16th for Martin Luther King Day.
I'll second that.
Motion moved and seconded. Any more discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
And then the other thing I had was this would be the week to reorganize the commission for the year. If on election years, it would be when the new commissioners take office, but on the off years like this one, it's when you appoint the president or the chair and vice chair for the year. So I don't know if you guys were prepared to do that at this point, or if you wanted to talk about it more later, or where we're at on that.
I'm good for it. No.
This one.
Someone please take the seat.
Okay, I'll take over as chair if that's.
You good with that? Any advice?
I'll do those. No.
Okay, so we'll need a motion to do that.
I'll make a motion that we reorganize the commission up here, make Jason the chair and Jim the vice. That's my motion.
I'll second it.
Motion been moved and seconded. Any more discussion?
Aye.
All in favor? Aye.
Okay, so if you want to get into like your fire and AMR reports, and we can deal with the rest of the stuff I have later when we have time, if you want to take it that way.
Take it away, President.
Okay. AMR?
Good morning, Commissioners. Louis Saloy, AMR Operations Supervisor.
Yeah, next.
Don't let me interrupt it. I've got my.
It'll be fine.
I interrupted.
I'm not gonna take offense.
Okay.
Pretty brief today. For the week, last week, we ran 23 calls for service with 15 transports. And any questions?
I don't have any. Thank you,
You
Louis.
guys have been busy.
Brandy, fire?
Good morning, Commissioners. Randy Hegwald, Linn County Rural Fire and Emergency Preparedness. Our call totals for last week, we had 5 calls, brings it up 5 for the year. Just a reminder, this weekend, we'll be hosting a cybersecurity education class at 9 o'clock here in Mound City at the Annex, and then at 1 o'clock at the Lacine Library. It's a free class for any citizens want to attend. And that's all I have for today.
Randy, could you talk a little bit about the fire board, what the advantages and the disadvantages of we have the fire board?
So the fire board was established to kind of oversee the fire department, fire chief, their administrative oversight committee. Main thing that they do is just kind of check over the budget before I present it to you guys. They have no voting authority. They make recommendations to myself or to you guys.
They're an advisory board.
Advisory.
So do you work with them on your budget or no? You just present them the budget that you.
I present them the budget. Last 2 budgets that I've done, 3 budgets, I present it to them. They look over it and they agree with it. So that's not really much to it.
How often do they meet?
Every other month. So on the odd months. So we'll meet January and then March on third Thursdays.
So what do you got any? I mean, what's the pros of having it?
If we were doing a large, like building a fire station or something, a large financial commitment like that, it would be nice to have public, because it's made up of 3 firefighters, 3 citizens, and then an at-large, which is also just a citizen. The buy-in from the community on a large, like, fire station or a truck purchase, other than that, there's not much.
So if we was gonna build a fire station or something, we'd probably want community involvement anyway.
Yeah, you could put together a committee that, let's say you're gonna build a new fire station in Mound City, you could grab some like city councilmen and people from the community that would have buy-in on that project, and even from outside the county, because it's all county money, so.
Main point of an advisory board, typically any advisory board, is to provide another channel for public input to the staff, to the elected officials, and to the county in general. This, it's advisory. There's a health advisory board. There's an airport advisory board. They're there to advise, to just give whatever advice they think they have, and whatever advice the staff looks to them for. So there's no specific role that they play.
Yeah. And one of the cons is the 3 firefighters that are on that board, as being chief looking, sometimes there's that conflict of, hey, you're the chief, but I'm still on this board over you, where they may just be a firefighter. So there's been some conflicts there where, don't go real smooth sometimes.
I think there's a misunderstanding that the fire board is not over the fire chief.
You
Right.
control
The
the
fire
fire.
board is there to advise the fire chief, which is different.
How do you guys feel about it? Sorry.
No, go ahead.
in Randy's role, I think that it creates a few problems, more chief. And I think that there's, I don't think we're benefiting from it as much as we should, could be or should be, or I think there's misconception of what they're there to do. And I think it could potentially make Randy's job a lot harder, turn people's opinions against him that work for him. That's where I'm at. I would be in favor of putting together a resolution to resolve it. I don't think it's helping us out any.
I would think, I agree. I think we're hindering Randy's process of being able to operate his department.
And I think it's important that we have public opinion and stuff from that standpoint, but it needs to be in the right way and form and stuff that way, as far as that goes. So,
So if there's a consensus, I'll bring
Yes.
you a resolution next week.
okay,
Okay.
that'll be good with me.
That's all I have unless you guys have something else.
Okay, thank you, Randy.
Thank you, guys.
Sheriff's report real quick. Total prisoners in 60, 10 releases this past week. Total farmed out 1 due to a conflict. Total farmed in 39. Total 911 calls 63. Jail contacts 3843. Calls for service 479. Total civil service papers served 11. Infections 1. New cases opened 16. 7 cases closed. 3 vehicle crashes, 56 calls for service in the SROs, 170 contacts through the bailiff's office with 44 calls for service. Livestock out 3. And our 2023 inmate housing income build was $1,093,980.97. Okay. Darren Wilson.
Good morning, Commissioners. I have a plat, case number is SD 23-02. Applicant is GTGH LLC. They're requesting approval of a plat. Notice was properly posted in the official county newspaper on September 20th, 2023. In addition, notice was sent to owners of all properties within 1,000 pursuant to state law and the Linn County zoning regulations. The location is at 19892 Vale Road, Lacing, Kansas. This is a 171 acre parcel that is being divided into 4 parcels of a 3.69 acre, a 10 acre, a 60.38 acre, and an 80 acre. With the splitting into 4 separate parcels, a minor plat is required. The plat is being asked for with the intent, with the intent to sell or lease the parcels. Findings: the proposed use of the property is agricultural and countryside district in nature and conforms to neighborhood. There are other similar tracts of land near the proposed location. The proposed change will not detrimentally affect nearby properties. Property will not adversely impact existing infrastructure. Proposed use conforms to the comprehensive plan. Planning and zoning recommends approval of the minor plat of GTGH-1. The vote was 5-0 for the approval. After the planning and zoning meeting, after the public hearing, there was one citizen that called in with questions. concerns about drawing more traffic to 2000 Road and Vale, and that they would use the larger parcel for hunting. The county, we set out a vehicle counter for 5 days. On average, there was about 25 to 30 vehicles that traveled 2000 Road per day. And I did speak to the owners of the property, and they are working with Ducks Unlimited to make a small marsh for duck hunting.
Do all these tracks have road access and
Yes,
they're properly shaped so that
yes.
Other questions for Darren?
I don't have any.
what Darren's looking for is a vote to approve the plat and sign it. You would probably want to, in your motion, to adopt the findings of the staff.
I'll make a motion that we adopt the findings of the staff and approve the GTGH plat and 2302 case.
I'll second.
Motion been moved and seconded. Is there any other discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed? Motion carries. Almost lost an eye.
Just regular pen.
Okay, our next thing that we had on the agenda was Mark Briggs for Citizen Against Solar.
Morning there.
Just 1 second. Thank you, Mark. Go ahead.
All right, I'm Mark Briggs. Kind of getting used to seeing your guys' faces. We've been working with planning and zoning on going over the regulations themselves, and I would say it's been going pretty good so far. One concern I do have is I've had a lot of people of the public reach out and want to know how they could voice their opinion, because there's been big questioning is, do the citizens of Linn County want this or not want this? I know that it's been brought up that in the past, there was a time to speak, but people weren't informed of it and people didn't know it was going to be happening. This was when it very first happened originally. And they just feel like the citizens haven't really been able to have the opportunity to say if they do or do not want this in their county. I know we've talked about this up here back and forth some, and we really never come up with a resolution of doing something like that.
So, before we can make any changes to the zoning regs, we would have to put it out for public comment and have a official hearing and things like we did the first time around. Once again, that would be the time that those zoning regs would be subject to public comment.
Yeah, I say you got really three points of input. One is through you guys that are on the committee. That was part of the reason putting you on there is so people could have input through you. Second is, if there are any changes proposed, there'll have to be a public hearing to discuss those changes. And third, if are any CUPs proposed, there'll have to be public hearings to discuss those CUPs. I think the way we've been talking about doing it is that we'll probably have some public access to hearing about the things even before the public hearing. Now, what I mean by that is there'll be a time in which if an application comes in, there'll be a time in which the Planning and Zoning Board will discuss the application prior to having a public hearing, so that the public can hear the discussion, go home and think about it, and then come back to the public hearing with their views. And so there are all those.
But there's nothing stopping them from putting together their own little town hall meeting and
Absolutely.
orchestrating that and having everybody come there and get everybody's opinions so that, I mean, I think the more questions you guys get, the better the board's gonna present to us. I mean, don't you guys agree?
No, we agree. I don't want to waste our own time. So we did the petition and we've been disproven on that falsely multiple times. So it's not like we're going to go and get a petition of, hey, these people don't want solar, or these people do, because it's, well, we talked to people that didn't want to sign it. I'm not playing those games. I don't want to waste my time because we put a lot into this. I want to know what you three want if citizens do or don't want this for the county. So we are working with changing the regulations, because what we do currently have, obviously, no one agreed that they wanted that. But is it a waste? Like, is that how we did it originally? Did we build the whole regulations and then found out if the citizens wanted it? Because that financially doesn't seem to make a lot of sense. That's what I'm saying.
They had meetings all over the place.
I guess that's kind of what I'm saying. Like, so if we go through all this and then come to find out the citizens truly didn't want it, we wasted a lot of people's time.
Well, I think that it's important that somebody orchestrates some town hall meetings or something. But I don't think that we can go in there and tell them this is an anti-solar. I mean, I know where you stand, but I don't, I mean, you know what I mean? I think you go in there and everybody goes open-minded and takes everybody's concern into consideration, writes them down. And then that's what you guys discuss in your meeting or in your board meetings or whatever you guys want to call it.
I think with the board meetings, and I can't speak for the whole board, speak for myself, but there is some misdirection there of what does or doesn't go on. I mean, for the most part, what we're doing is going through the regulations kind of bit by bit on what we do or don't want. But I just think there's a lot more questions to be answered. And I think that's up to you three to direct the board of what you guys want and what you want to see done.
Where's Darren at?
The basic question of, will there be solar energy production allowed in Linn County, is a question that has been answered once. Your answer could change, but again, as you said, it's the commissioners that will make that change. If you decide you don't.
We ask the board, I guess I think that's what he's asking, is the board, is that what the board is wanting? Is your question is anti-wind or ban on wind?
Not
Or
wind,
solar, I mean, excuse me, solar or the regulations?
I mean, I think as of right now, what it seems like the board, once again, speak for just myself here. It seems like the only direction they know is from their understanding, you guys want them to just look over the regulations, which I don't truly think when we've had all these discussions, that was it. I think it's one, to look at the regulations and make changes if need be. But we also need citizen input to see if the citizens of Linn County want this or don't want this.
Your representatives have repeatedly said you weren't opposed to solar, you wanted to see the regulations tighter. Now, that's what's been said numerous times in these meetings.
Now, we've talked about both.
Well, you talked about not wanting it in certain places, but there have been representatives that specifically said, we're not opposed to solar, we just want the regulations to be tighter.
And I think that we gave you a seat at that table so that you could express those views and have those discussions, Mark. And I think that's what I intended for the process to be.
Well, I think if that's your guys' route, you want to take it, I just think you need to direct the board of what you guys truly want done. I mean, I know, I don't think you guys are listening about that part, because the board thinks they're supposed to look at the regulations and make changes to them.
If one of the changes that, the committee will report to the board and the board will report to the commission. That's how and if the committee reports to the board, we want to see solar banned in the county, then.
But there's no talk about that in the meetings. We're talking about so we're reading section by section. I mean, this is as simple as it can get. We're reading section by section and saying, what do you think of this section? Do you like it? Do you not like it? There's nothing, do you want solar or not solar or anything like that. We're directly going over our regulations.
That's necessary. I mean, if that was a part of what you guys asked for, was an improvement.
I understand that. I understand that.
And to the point, at the end of the day, we have to have findings. The same findings that we're going to have are the things you're going to have to present against it to put a ban on it. Does that make sense? No.
Makes sense, but what I'm telling you is your committee is not looking at it like that.
I think-
They're looking at it to change the regulations if there's something that we do not like.
I don't
So-
think that's how it should happen. I think we should have town hall meetings and we bring in people that are for and against it. Maybe you're there and then a for, like, not a debate, just taking people's concerns and you're an anti-solar, so give them the facts that you know and take their concerns down. You take their concerns down, and then you guys meet in your guys' meeting and discuss them and put that concern towards that regulation and then discuss it. That's what I was envisioning. I mean,
From the beginning of this, we've always wanted the whole county to know what's going on.
I get that. That's what I think that's what the
That's
process should be.
First meeting we had with you guys.
But what I'm saying is I think something needs to be presented to the board of what's, I don't control the board. I mean, that's more the commissioners, right? So I think what the actual facts or findings or however you guys want it done, if you guys want to go through the regulations paragraph by paragraph, I can see how that does make sense. But when we don't even have the county's input, if they want renewable energy in Linn County.
But what I'm telling you is that decision has been made at this point, and unless the board comes with a recommendation to change that, or unless the commissioner decide to change that.
But what is a board, I guess, I think what I'm seeing his question is, has the board been presented with the question, does Linn County not want solar?
Exactly. And that's not, they're not looking at that.
I think that's what he's trying to get
Would
through.
your town hall meetings not help educate people and help them make a decision on if they want it or not? Do you feel-
I would agree, but I think we just need some leaded direction on how to do any of that, because I have a feeling if I just go have a town hall meeting at Prairie View and I present it to the board or to you guys, they'll be like, well, yeah, Mark, but you just put it out there, you don't want solar, and you have people come there that didn't want it. And I don't want to waste my time.
No, I think that's where you got anti and you got pros on the committee, do you not? I mean, I think it's going to take everybody.
We have 2 anti and 1 pro.
But the last thing I'd want for you guys, I mean, you guys, it'd be your meeting, but for a debate. I don't think that's what it should be. I don't think you should try to persuade anybody. I think it's you
No.
guys, you're there to give the facts that you know and take into consideration, if they have questions for you to help them determine if they want it or not. I mean, not necessarily push them towards one side or another, just tell them what you know and let them make their decision. And then you bring their concerns back to your board and put it towards whichever regulation it pertains to, and then discuss it.
Commissioners, is there anything in your positions that would preclude if the ad hoc committee recommends to the board and the board would then bring a recommendation to you that they don't want solar, there's nothing to prevent them from doing that, is there?
No.
No, I mean, if the board decides that they do not want solar, I mean, if that question's presented to them and that's what they come back to, I mean,
There's nothing in your instructions to prevent them from discussing that.
no, let them discuss it.
It's just not how our meetings are ran, because our meetings are ran based off of the thought from the board is that they're supposed to be just reviewing the regulations. So I think that's what I'm trying to preach to you guys more than anything is it's a very narrow-minded subject at the meetings to where I just felt like it was going to be more open. And I still do. I have people every day that didn't even have any idea that this was going to go on in Linn County that's called and said, I don't want this. How do we stop it? We've watched your guys' meetings that you guys have been to, and you guys have talked about not wanting it in Linn County, and you guys have gotten nowhere. So are we just going to have to deal with it because we don't have a voice? And I don't think that's fair to the citizens. So that's why I'm
You do have
here.
a voice, your voice on the committee.
Okay. But I'm just saying,
But what he's.
then we need a structure.
Question
Then,
hasn't been asked of what the board, whether they want to present with us.
We left it open-ended, did we not? For them to discuss.
Don't know how they interpret it. Did you interpret it that way?
Richard, do you want to come up and talk? I mean, can you kind of see what I'm talking about with just the structuring?
Rich Morrell, I'm Chair of the Planning and Zoning Commission and Chair of this ad hoc committee. I was under the impression that we were going to look at all the articles, and which we've been doing, and figure out if they're appropriate for what we think is the will of the county. I think the big question here is, and Mark has hit it, is what is the will of the county? We take input, we listen to people, all of us, and we try to make decisions based on what is in the best interest of the county. But frankly, unless you do a referendum vote, you're not going to get to the bottom of this other than subjective assessments of what you think's going on, which is what I've been doing and what you've been doing.
So what's it take for us to do a vote like that?
What he's describing is called an advisory election. We've talked about this before. I think we did one time, didn't we, David?
I don't think we went ahead and went through.
I don't remember.
We did a survey.
Yeah, I think on the hospital district, we actually did one, but maybe not. Anyway, advisory election, you set it up just like any other election, except that it can't be run, it can be run at the same time as a general election, but it can't be run as the same election. In other words, you've got to have separate, if I come in to vote in the general election, then I got to have a separate box here where I go vote for the advisory election. We could do that without the machines. We could do that with just a ballot box or something.
We'd probably have to if we were going to do that because I don't know how we'd run one
Right.
separately.
It involves a resolution of the board to calling the election. It's not terribly difficult to make it happen. It's somewhat complicated for David to work it out. I mean, to actually do it. But if you decide you wanted to have an advisory election, that might put the question to rest one way or another. I mean, it's not binding. It just tells you what the feeling of the people who showed up at the polls that day is, what their feeling is. Yeah.
I guess one question to that, and that sounds like it'd be a lot of steps, but it may be the way to go where the citizens can have their opinion. I wasn't here from the get-go. Does anybody know how the conclusion that they wanted to ban wind energy was? Did they do just an open meeting? People came and talked, and then the conclusion was there was more people that were or less favorable or favorable, I guess. What presented those facts?
Again, as chair, I think the Planning and Zoning Commission made a decision that from the feedback we received from all points of view, that wind just wasn't a go for this county. And that wasn't the case with solar, which is why we've gone down this road. We didn't hear that about solar until actually we'd made the decision to forward to you, and you the commission voted for it. Only after that did we know that there was this groundswell of solar opposition. But wind, it was pretty clear. The majority of the county did not want wind, and that's what we did. We banned it.
Right. You want me to look into the process?
Might be one step because of wind, and I'm just throwing this out there because, we had to have a Met tower, and there was a cup put on a Met tower, and we knew wind was here because the tower stood west of my house. Everybody knew by the conversation, and with solar, we had a Met tower here, and I still didn't know it was there until it got brought up, the test station.
Because under our new regulations, it didn't require a CUP.
I know. So, I mean, when the cup come out on wind, it was more, everybody knew about it.
Well, there's actually not been a cup yet. I mean, there's just one application. It's not.
There was a cup to put the Met tower.
Oh, yeah. Okay, that. I thought you said on
No, a cup to put the Met tower.
Yeah. If the commissioners want me to bring a resolution on a.
So we did our comprehensive plan. We then started rewriting the zoning regs and stuff based off of that. We held our public hearings and things that way. I mean, why can't we go ahead and just continue the process that we're on?
Okay, that's up to you.
And I mean, because I wanted you to be able to make your argument before them and let them make their argument back and determine what was right and what was wrong. You know, that was, I guess, my,
All of what you
Thought.
just said is very open to however anybody interprets it. So I'm just saying, once again, I don't speak for the whole board, but I just know the way they understood of what you guys wanted done, they thought they're just supposed to go over the regulations. That was it. So that's why I'm here talking.
so, but when you're going over those regulations, are you making arguments for a ban?
No,
while you're doing
no,
that?
because that's not even an option, Jason. The thing is they're going over the regulations of, well, so let's just say a total acreage cap. I don't think it should be 8,000. So then we'd say, oh, well, do you think 4,000? I still think 4,000 is a lot. But when you're trying to do this, it's like negotiating terms. So it's not like I can just push for a full ban. The ban has
What
not
I'm
been
saying
brought up
is-
one time in our meetings, and it is not an option in those meetings because they think they're just modifying regulations. They're not finding new facts or facts that would push for the ban. They're modifying the current regulations. I think we've had a lot of people show up. I know you say you've had a lot of people call you, but I can tell you one thing. We've packed this room several times with people that don't want to see it in Linn County, and I think they need a voice. That's my main concern, and I don't feel like we're getting there. I don't feel like that's ever been, we've asked several times how to get you guys to understand that there's a lot of citizens that don't want it. I think there's a huge difference between the wind and the solar. I think with wind, people know what a windmill looks like. I mean, anybody in Linn County has probably seen a windmill. So when you say windmill, they don't want to see that, right? I guarantee you there's been not very many people here in Linn County that's seen thousands of acres of solar panels. When there was a question put in on the, what was that called? The survey, it said, are you against solar? I'm gonna call somebody out. I know Allie was in favor of solar. But the thing is, they didn't know it was a commercial solar facility. And so when you hear solar, you don't think of 8,000, 4,000 acres of solar. When you see windmills, you see something. When you hear windmills, you picture a 500-foot tall object, right? I mean, I'm just saying on the normal. So I think some education needs to be done for the county, which I understand that's not your guys' job to do. But I do think the county needs a voice to understand what's going to be here, what they're looking at. So when it says, are you against solar, or are you in favorable of solar? That's a huge, wide open thing. I have a solar paneled gate, right? Love it. That doesn't mean I want 8,000 acres in our county or 1,000 acres. It's two completely different things. To where when it says wind energy, people understand what that is. With solar, it's all the way across. It could be Danny having one panel on his house, or it could be that Jim has a field of 4,000 acres of solar panels. I just think it's a wide thing there that nobody understood the question for it. And I think there's still a lot of people in the county that doesn't even know that this is being presented to our county that doesn't want to see it. And there's some people that have some, I think some hope that the regulations we do have could protect us, but I don't think they understand of how some of this works either. But I do think we presented a lot of people here that don't want to see it, way more people than's ever been here for it. And I think those voices need to be heard. If you want us to do town hall meetings and come up with findings of why we shouldn't have it, I think that's fine. We just need the direction. I think the board needs to know that that's a direction that's open there also, not just working on the regulations. I mean, does that sound pretty fair?
That was my thought from the get-go. I know that we didn't agree on it to begin with, and then we came up with this committee, but I agree. I think the first question is, do we want it? Second question is, do we have a plan if we don't get it? I mean, what are we going to do?
100%.
Everybody complains about how high their taxes are around here. So if we turn our backs on solar panels 100%, what is our next option? Because in 10 years, you can come up here and say, I can't afford taxes here. I mean, what do? We don't have industry knocking on our back door. That's what I wanted out of it.
I do think, I agree with that, but I do think solar and the power plant are two different issues. I don't think you can group them together.
No, I'm not. I'm just saying in general.
I mean, it gets grouped together every time we talked about it. So it is two different options. And I think you can't go against your citizens of the county of what they do or don't want just because we're worried that the power plant may or may not close. So I think you're right on that, Danny. I think,
You know,
and Jason, if you're so pro Linn County, you said that you're not pro solar, you're pro Linn County. If so, then the citizens need to be heard and we need to give them the option to do it. And I think it's up to you three how you guys want to do it.
Would it be fair to say that if we take the question back to the planning and zoning board and give them the time to decide, the planning and zoning board decide what their feelings is, after we've worked through this, like we've got it set up, before we spend tons of time on this, if the planning and zoning board decides to put a ban on it, it's why waste the time, 6 months down the road of going through this, if that's what the planning and zoning board wants. If they don't think that we want to give you the opportunity to, whether it's, to ban it or to have regulation. Do you feel, Richard, that's the question we asked you, I guess, is, did we give you the option of a ban?
Commissioner, I agree with Mark to a point that we started this process. We've only had one meeting.
Right.
That we review the code as it is. And I've said to you and I've said to the group a couple of times, we need to find common ground.
Right.
I thought we were moving forward finding common ground. I think I hear a little bit different story today. And I don't speak for the whole committee, but I speak for myself. We're not going to figure out what the county wants until we have a referendum. We know that there's a group, 100 or so, in northeast of the county, northeast portion of the county, that don't want this. We don't know what the western part wants. We don't know what the southern part wants. And we won't until we do a referendum on it. I think that's pretty important to do. This is a tough topic. I talked to you guys earlier, to your commissioners earlier, about what was in the future plan. And there was preserving the natural beauty of the county and trying to find new sources of income. Based on what some other counties have done, for the first 10 years, where you would make a deal with whoever comes in to make solar, it could be worth over $1 million a year to the county for 10 years. I've been in this county a long time, and I've said that from my bedroom window, I could see the Lacine power plant being built when I was in high school. And the big regret I think we have over that whole thing is we never used that money that power plant came in with to really advance the county. So I don't think we can take a look at this and say it's just bad for the northeast part of the county. There's the real financial benefits that can be gained from this. One of the big findings we came out of with the future plan is this county needs high-speed, low-latency internet. That will drive everything in the future. It'll drive small business here in town or in county. It will drive what we can do in the towns, in the unincorporated areas. We need that. I did a little math on this, and over 10 years, if we got $1 million a year, that's $10 million for the county. Now, it just happens, I did a little research on this and found out that there's about 5,000 or so miles of road in the county. I also found out that it's costing us $200 or $2,000 a mile to put down high-speed, low-latency internet. Well, over 10 years, everybody in the county, every corner of the county, could have high-speed, low-latency internet if we use the money from this solar project, assuming we get $1 million a year over the 10 years. That really advances the county. But that's my point of view. I think we need to have a referendum and see how the county thinks about this, and then we'll go forward.
I'm with you. I agree. I think, but at the same time, I think we have to somehow educate people that don't really know anything about solar. Because
I think if you have a referendum, you'll get that education. Sides will organize themselves. These guys are great organizers. I mean, they
I
have
know.
really put together some great stuff
do
for
good.
everybody.
What's this gonna take to do that dollar wise? I mean, what do you?
We figured once, I think we said it probably cost about, this was 10 years ago, we figured it cost $10,000 to $15,000 to do it.
Yeah, and I don't know. I mean, if you're doing a standalone, that's probably in the range. Gary and I need to talk about the details of how it's done because it will be a nightmare to put one on with another election.
It
So
would all,
standalone then.
it'd be a little more expensive to have a standalone, but logistically it's easier.
And then the other side of that is this
Do you
year
get
we
the
have
turnout?
three major elections without that, and I don't know when you fit it in.
And do you get the
So
turnout?
what about a survey? What if we hired a company to do a
And
scientific
you're talking
survey?
about mailing costs or however the survey's put out, but
What'd that cost when you did when we went over, revenue neutral,
I-
was it 12 grand or 15 to send all those out?
oh, yeah. Yeah, it was in the 12 to 15 range to do a mailing to all taxpayers. I think there's a lot more to talk about before you just decide to do something today. We need to sit down and work through some details.
Okay.
I agree with both of you. And, you know, I think we need to figure out what we're going to do if we don't want solar. That's what I'm scared of. It's really scary. I mean, cost of living goes up every single year. So, I mean, it went up, what, 9% this last year? And who absorbed that? You guys' taxes. I mean, that's who did. I mean, we got a jail that's doing pretty good, but I mean, when we're relying on a jail to help run a county, that's not.
Would it be fair to say for you guys to look at this, taking it to a vote and then asking the planning and zoning to talk about it in their meetings, the way that people on the board, what they're getting feedback from the people in the county of where they stand on it? You know, I mean, just as far as the discussion.
Well, as I said earlier, I don't think there's been any direction from you that would prevent them from doing that. And if you tell them you would want to hear that kind of input,
Well, I mean, you know, they're surely hearing from some people, whether
Yeah.
both sides, either side's reaching out to our planning and zoning board, I would think. I don't,
but you know, as Richard said, it's all just opinion until a vote's taken.
Right.
I mean, and I'm not necessarily advocating for or against the vote. I'm just saying until the vote's taken. And then what does the vote tell you? It tells you the opinion of the people who showed up that day.
We meet Wednesday. We've been meeting every Wednesday, and we plan to meet every Wednesday this month. I will bring that up.
Okay.
to where you guys could talk about it,
Yep.
you know, as far as the ban, you guys good with that, to where they can actually discuss it?
I don't have a problem with them discussing it.
I don't either myself.
Well, my role as chair is to facilitate that, and I will. We'll do that.
But how do we get public opinion in there? Like,
Well,
say if you come here and give us your opinion, you're putting a drawing for a brand new car. I mean,
I think the members of the committee say, bring things, letters. People want to write letters. That's a great way to bring information before the board. We do that.
yeah, but nobody. I mean, so people down in my district don't really. They're not going to take the time and effort to do it because it's not affecting them, firsthand. Like,
So
they-
that, are you?
I don't know. I mean,
I mean, if they care about it, they will.
yeah, but I mean, I don't know. I think.
Well, it'll be the same way there versus the people that care about it when it comes to a vote. There'll be people that don't care about it when it comes to vote and won't vote. So, but I mean, I guess as far as the responses we get, we'll know,
It'll tell you something.
it'll tell us which way the people that took the time to respond feel about it.
I will say, I think that, I mean, the northeast corner of the county is the most affected by this. So I do think you get more citizens from there that's came to this. There's also been some from the west side, northwest side. I know that I've had several people from over there say, well, they're worried that our group is concentrated on the northeast corner of Linn County, that what if we get it banned in that corner? Because it's just going to turn to go to their area and they don't want to see that. So you may still get some people that's outside of that area. And even at our last meeting, the solar companies one of them was there and spoke out of the gallery and stated that is their main focus is the northeast corner because of the power plant and because of the
transmission lines that are there. So it's different than wind in general also, because wind could be in multiple parts of the county, to where the solar, their main concentration is one area. I think, I don't know, I just went and looked the other day and I didn't do it.
They're still hooking into transmission lines.
Yeah, but they want it as close to the power plant as possible because the infrastructure there is the best for it. So
Correct.
we brought that up. If it was all the way at the other end of the county, if there's transmission lines there, but the infrastructure for the
Connections.
to connection and everything else isn't there. So they admitted that that's their main focus. You can go to Register of Deeds and see the leases that are actually filed. There's been several more here lately. I don't know how many it's up to, but quite a few. They're all in the northeast corner. I mean, from trading post to the hot water outlet, from state line to a mile west of 69. I mean, that's a tight little area of the county. So, but I do think other people are still worried about it in the county.
But if I don't know, this might sound crazy, but I think we need to make it worth people's while to come to your meetings and give their opinion, educate them with your guys' facts and the pros and cons of it. And I'm serious about, like, I don't know, we have ARPA funds. Buy a used car and do a drawing if you come to these meetings. I'm serious. Like, why not? That's going to get people there. It might seem silly.
I guess it depends on what meetings you're wanting to talk about too, because on workshops, the gallery's not supposed to speak, so they'd all have to be open forums. Is that correct? Right, or public forums?
I mean, does that sound silly? I mean, how do you get people's, you get their opinion. I mean, you get them to your meeting first, get their name wrote down. They'll listen to what you guys are talking about. They can throw in their 2 cents, and I don't know. I mean, part of the younger generation, no one's going to take their time to do this unless you own property and it's affecting you. That's my opinion. That's what happened. Before we even started these regulations, I made that comment too. I'm like, well, that's not going to matter. Like, I get a piece of mail, or if people my age, they get a piece of mail, they don't even look at it. They're just going to throw it away. They don't care. It's the truth. Everybody knows it. I mean, unless you own a piece of property and you're going to be affected by it.
Well, it needs to be put on our website. We discussed that before, and the county website's not covering any of that stuff.
We're trying to work on that, like notification stuff.
Where have we went? That's another thing. Where have we went with the deal with what we bought, that we purchased?
A couple weeks ago.
Bring the department, different people from each department in. Where are we at with that? Have we done anything?
We haven't done anything.
The notification system? I think it's ordered, but it's not.
That'd be a while before we get it.
Yeah, I don't know what the timeline is.
Okay.
We just got a bill
To pay for it.
within the last week or so.
I mean,
Some implementation time on that.
Okay.
it's like you guys do a great job of, getting the word out that, the facts of what it'll do, how do we get people there? I mean, it's part of the reason I don't go listen to these solar panel guys when they came here. Cause I didn't know enough about them to make my decision. But if I read what you have on the internet, then I'm going to obviously sway to your way. So I don't understand why we wouldn't try to entice people here I'm serious. Like, why not do that? We have ARPA funds. Let's buy a car. And if you come here and you give us your opinion, I mean, you guys want to do effort? Let's do effort. Let's put in a little effort into it then.
Right.
Because there's going to be a lot more people show up, and you don't let them enter into the drawing or something until after they've sat there and listened and taken it serious. And I mean, what do you guys think? Does that sound silly to everybody, or is that just me? How else are we going to get anybody here?
I agree. I mean, I think everybody should come up with a way to get them here
The
because
SRO officers here, we took them out of the schools. That's how we got them here.
I got them.
I mean,
And what did that accomplish?
a lot. It revamped the entire program. But I got 8 out. Jim got 8 out. I mean, we took a beating for it. But it was, in my eyes, that's what we had to do to get people's opinions.
Got schools to buy on it.
Have they paid?
They paid a bit.
What are they paying?
One that we didn't receive anything last year from yet, which they're still in their school year, but.
But I think that's like that's how you get opinions. I mean, that's just me. What do you guys think? What do you guys think? What do you think? What do you think?
I do think, I don't know, I know you guys have talked about getting some kind of service to where it sends out the text and emails and stuff, right? Are you guys moving forward with that?
Yes.
I think that's awesome. I do. I think even like Prairie View, they have it, and any message wise they need to send out comes out. And I mean, sometimes it's just like weekly reminders, and sometimes it's schools closed and everything. It's a great way of communication. So that's going to be huge to the county, but the problem is it's going to take a little while for everybody to, I'm guessing they're going to have to enroll into the system. I don't know if our IT guys here are still or not, but so that might take a little bit of time, but just that, some people don't even know these meetings are still going on. I mean,
I tell you, people our age, it doesn't matter to them. And most of them, people, I don't know, he's a little younger than me, they're renting right now. They don't care about that type of stuff. But if we make it worth their while to come here and, because there's a free car, there's something free, I don't know, we pay somebody's taxes for, I don't know how we do it. I'm just throwing out ideas. Like,
I do think an
make it
incentive
worth
program to
somebody's-
get people to show up does,
you'd have to,
it's a double-edged sword, but you do get more interest. But I think more than anything is just people knowing about it. We know the paper doesn't, we have almost 10,000 citizens and there's 4,000 subscribers. So we all know that that's not going to cover everyone. So I think it just takes multiple avenues. I think your guys' new system you want is going to work great. I just think it's going to take time to get everybody signed up. I think listening to the paper is great, but I just think citizens of Linn County need to voice their opinion. I'm glad you guys are listening about it.
I mean, and I think it's huge that people that could care less right now that, that don't have a family that it's not affecting. I think that they need to educate themselves. And I think if we do some kind of incentive, that would help educate them and show them like, hey, if, we got to figure this out or you're not going to be buying a house here in 10 years.
I think one thing about it though is if they do show up and voice their opinions, and I think it's a lot of people's thought is they're going to come here. They've seen us. I mean, all these are videoed. They've seen us come here and argue with you guys about it and talk. And some of them went good and some of them went bad, but they feel like, they're not always heard. So I think that the understanding needs to be, and I know you can't say, well, the majority always wins. I know you guys are in a tough spot up there, but everybody's opinion in the county matters. Whether they're pro or against or anything, everybody's opinion does matter.
And how do we get that?
I guess we'll talk
Did you get
at our board meeting and
did on the wind?
What?
Did you get a lot of objection on what we did on the wind? I mean, as far as people after you banned it, did your phone ring off the wall?
No, not really. I mean,
Not mine. No.
I can't say I got one phone call.
Yeah.
I didn't. So, I mean, what I'm getting at is that we did it in the county. So I say we send it back to the planning and zoning and let them guys talk through this and let Gary and David decide as far as on the referendum on what we have to work through there and give us some ideas of what the planning and zoning board really think.
So why'd you vote for what we did in the first place?
That's what they gave us at the time.
Okay.
But then they chose, we asked them to take it back.
I know we did.
And they said they will look at it. So, yeah, because that's what they brought to us is the reason why I voted on it.
So just to throw something out, I don't want to take anything away from public opinion. It's very important. You need to know what the public thinks. But that is not the only thing to consider on a decision like this. You've got landowners' rights to look at.
future.
You've got state and federal regulations to comply with. I don't think it's just a yes or no based on public opinion. I think you've got other factors you need to consider.
Like if we don't do it, what are we going to do? Like plans and, because if we don't do it, then it's stuck on us.
one objection I've had to that is you've already done it with wind. So I think to say that, I think those factors have already been considered on the wind part, which is very close to what solar is, which is a renewable. So those were based off, obviously they had the facts for the wind. A lot of the facts for wind would be used for solar. I mean, the main thing you guys are lacking is the citizen input to know if the county truly wants it or not. Does the county want the income from it? Yeah. I mean, a lot of people would want the income from it, but I think a lot of people would be willing to not have the income to not basically get our county raped and pillaged by solar panels.
Yeah, but if we don't, but then if people's not building houses here, they're not doing anything, that we're gonna have to rely on you for more taxes from your homestead. I mean, we're still gonna keep up the roads. We still gotta do all that. So how do we do that? That's where I'm like, we don't have a plan in place.
I agree with that. I just don't think solar's your fix. I don't think it's fair to put those two together. I think everything's its own individual problem. I think you can say that people aren't building houses here. I think you go and put a bunch of solar panels or renewable energy. I can just say that. We'll say renewable energy in. I think you're limiting yourself even more.
But so let me ask you this. So how many acres of federal land do we have around here? Was it 17,000 acres?
I'd say 18,000 would be my guess.
What do they pay on it? $7,000 a year?
Maybe. There's not much.
That's crazy to me in itself. I mean, does it bring in people? Yeah, it does. Of course it does. But do they spend money in the county that much? I don't believe so. Where are they going to do it at? I mean, when I was in the cabin in Pleasanton, I mean, yeah, they stayed there a lot. Yeah.
Right.
Where else are they spending money?
Gas station or restaurant. I mean, it's very minimal.
Is it justifiable for them to pay $7,000 for $17,000 or 17,000 acres, but you make up for the rest of it? Is that fair to you?
Would it be fair to say if we took agriculture out of this county, what would we have? So,
I mean, you bring one good thing, and
And I'm not talking down. I'm just saying, like,
Right.
a lot of government housing here.
right.
I mean, and that's where, we just shoot ourselves in the foot. Like, so if we're going to have all this stuff, then where are we going to move with the industry? What kind of industry are we going to bring here to help justify paying the taxes you pay?
I understand. So just something to bring up since you brought up the 18,000 acres of ground.
And I don't even know if that's true. No one quote me on it. I don't.
Right. But so that's all to the south of us, mostly south and west for the majority part of all that ground. So then you look, the power plants to the north of us, they have, what's KCP&L have up there? 6, 7, 8,000, somewhere in there. And then, so we've already lost 18,000 to the south of us. We've already lost 8,000 to the north of us. And then we're going to allow solar panels in between the
What
two.
do you mean lost?
It comes out from your general residents being able to purchase it or farm it for the most part.
But they're tax paying.
It doesn't matter. Future development is gone on those stuff, on those items. So you're going to, but if you take,
The current development matters too.
it does, but I'm saying you can't keep raping and pillaging that corner of the county is what I'm saying. So I think all of it needs to be looked at as a whole. So what I'm saying is you got 18,000 acres to the south and then you lost 8,000 acres to the north. And if we allow 4 or 8,000 acres to be put in the middle of those two, it's like a wasteland over there. And that's not really fair to our county. I mean, that's a huge area. If you add all those together, nowhere else in the county has anything like that. Right?
Right.
So I'm just saying all of it needs to be
And like our hospital board, our Prairie View School, everything benefits from that being there.
Okay, what I'm saying is don't fuck your landowners over that's all around it, Jason.
Okay.
That's what I'm saying. We take good pride in our ground, man. We really do. It really upsets me to stand up here and have to argue this. I never thought in my life that I'd have to stand up here and argue this and get so upset about it. I've missed a lot of days with my kids and going to stuff. They're in wrestling right now. There's times when we're sitting at this board, I'm not at their practices helping them. But I'm doing it for the better of the Linn County. And I'm doing it because I think it's the right thing to do and I want to leave my kids a place to go. But I don't think it's fair when we sit up here and there's been a big group of us that have came and voiced our concerns. And then you get cocky back there and you get judgmental and it's not fair to us.
Okay.
We're very passionate because it's all around our houses. So please listen to us. And you know what? I truly think that we've been pretty respectful about all of it. I know we've all got heated a little bit at times, but damn it, it's hard on us. And this world nowadays is hard on everybody. So I don't think we should be fighting you guys. I think we should all work together. I'm just saying, give everybody their voice.
And I just want everybody to take into consideration that if we don't do it, what do we do? Because, when we don't do it, everybody else disappears out of here. And then I don't know if I'll be here or Jim be. Then we have to deal with, why is this county not thriving? What are you commissioners doing? You guys figure it out. We're left here high and dry. So that's where I'm like, we got to come up with a plan. Like if the community doesn't want it and it doesn't make sense to do it, all these factors play into place and it doesn't work. Okay, then what's our next step though?
What's your economic development?
No, it takes everybody though.
Need to do things.
Okay, it takes everybody though. I mean, everybody's so big on, public opinion. Well, public opinion is that you don't want to pay the high taxes either. So let's figure a way out to justify paying the taxes we paid. What kind of industry?
Is it worth reaching out to other counties and see what all they do? I mean, other counties don't have renewable energy and they don't have KCP&L.
I agree.
I mean,
They also have higher mill levies.
all of them.
We're the 5th lowest in the state, right, David? Fifth lowest out of 105 counties.
I mean, if I have to go research all that and come back, I mean, I can, but I mean, I'm just saying
I'm
that I
not
think there's
asking you to. I'm
options.
trying to provide you with the fact. That's what I've tried to do this whole time. I know you think I'm arguing with you and everything that way, but I'm telling you there is another side out there, is all I've been trying to say the whole time. There is another side. So, okay. Moving on.
Did you have something, Darren?
Yeah.
You were gonna say something?
Yeah, so through this process, Rich has been the chairman. So Tuesday night, at our next meeting, we will elect a new chair and vice chair, but I would like to recommend that Rich stay the chairman for this ad hoc committee until it's done. He's done a good job, and I would like to see him.
How do you feel about that?
Okay.
Is there
Just for
anything-
the ad hoc committee, or are you gonna stay the chair for everything till this is done, or just for the ad hoc committee?
Just the ad hoc committee.
So you're gonna go ahead and elect new
Yeah.
on the planning and zoning board, and then he'll stay for the ad hoc.
Tomorrow night.
Huh?
Tomorrow night.
I'm good with that.
I'm good with that too.
Do we need a motion or?
Gary, do we need?
I didn't hear the comments.
Rich staying the chair of the ad hoc committee, leaving him, letting him continue to operate as the chair of the ad hoc committee, reorganizing the planning and zoning as it states in their bylaws.
Limited out on chairmanship, because I've done it 2 years in a row.
Oh, I see.
I want to say,
That's,
tomorrow night, we'll elect a new chair.
yeah.
But he's gonna stay the chairman on the ad hoc.
I think that would be wise. I think a motion to step away from the policy on that particular situation would be good.
Well, let's take care of with Mark first. So what is our plan moving forward?
Can I make a
Yep.
suggestion?
Sorry.
Gary, is there any reason why we can't have another public hearing for the regulations as they are? And then through that process until the public hearing, we continue to meet every Wednesday night?
There's no reason why you can't have a public forum to discuss, let the public come in and discuss the regulations. No reason at all.
No, I'm asking about another public hearing on just Article 14.
Well, I'm hesitant to use the phrase public hearing because that implies a formal process that we're not in. And so I would call it a public forum in which the public came in and it has it does what a public hearing does, except it's not a part of the formal process.
Okay. I can work on getting a bigger venue. I can call Lacine again and see if we can have that. When we did have the public hearing for all the regulations, the Planning and Zoning Commission allowed 2 minutes per person to talk. They timed it and everybody was respectful of that time. And that would be a recommendation that I make during public forum. And I think it's a situation if 200 people show up, if there's 200 people that want to speak, we're there till whatever time.
Can we move it from this week to next week?
I'm going to call AC.
Okay.
And in the meantime, you guys can go ahead and start, as far as the planning and zoning, talk how you guys feel about ban or regulations, which way you guys feel that you should move.
Raise the issue Wednesday night.
So can we present your guys' findings in your meetings to us somehow? I mean, like bi-weekly, weekly? I mean, what?
I think we'll
Yeah,
let them
so-
work through it until they've got something to present.
Right.
I
So
also like to hear
I
concern.
mean, we could end up spending 2 hours every Monday morning
We got
talking
until
about
5 o'clock. It's a work day.
we,
That's my
so
opinion.
we're just now getting into the meat and potatoes. The last week's meeting, we made it through the first part of it. We got to the acreage cap, and there was a consensus so far to lower the acreage cap to 4,000 acres and put that it will be reviewed if it can go up or stay at 4,000 every 3 years. So we're just now getting into the setbacks and stuff that's gonna create a lot of discussion.
Right, and I don't want to, the planning and zoning present us their their findings, okay, they don't want to do it, okay. Well, I want to know how we got there. I want to know the rhyme to the reason of why we're voting that way. We don't, give me 10 seconds, present it to me, and I get 10 seconds to vote on it. I don't like that. I don't want to do that anymore. I mean, that's not,
Yeah, I'll start
I
sending,
need a week to talk about it.
I can start sending out the week before commission meeting what we talked about that week.
That'd be nice, yeah.
You could send the commissioners the link on the streaming so they could watch the meeting if they want to.
So am I okay to get with a bigger venue, set up a date and a time? Gary, do we have to, and I'll publish it, do we have to wait 20 days
No,
like we
because since
normally
it's not a
would?
part of a formal process, there are no particular requirements. I think just whatever's reasonable.
Okay. I'll at least set it out for a month. That way we're sure there's a lot of notification out there and people hear about it.
Okay.
That's all.
On the county website?
Yeah, I'll get a hold of Chris. That's all I've got. Anything for me?
I think you want to make a motion to set aside the standard policy and allow Rich to stay in the chairman position for another year.
For the ad hoc committee.
Yeah.
I'll make that motion.
I'll second it.
Motion been moved and seconded. Any other discussion? All those in favor? Aye. All opposed? Motion carries. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mark.
Anything else for me? Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and open it up for public comment. A citizen desiring to speak on any item not on the agenda may do so at this time. Discussion is limited to 5 minutes, and the commission will not take action at this time. Items introduced under public comment may become agenda items for a later time or date. Is there any public comment? Okay, we'll go ahead and close public comment. Our next thing that we had on the agenda was Todd Moeller with 2024 asphalt projects. Okay. Okay.
Commissioners, Denny had talked about a service agreement for equipment number 322 from Foley. He's here to talk about that in more detail. And then we have a project that we'd also like to brief you on and get your feedback as to a plan that he's put together to mitigate some issues on a project that we completed once, but we need to go back and do some groundwork on.
Okay.
Morning, gentlemen. Denny Hardy, District 3 Road Foreman. So on these service agreements, I went back with Cat's mechanic, foreman, warranty guy. So what we end up getting out of these service agreements is, one, when we sign this agreement, we lock in our price. That's price for parts, for oil, for labor, everything we're going to get from CAT. They've been having on average about an 8% inflationary rise every year on their oil, their parts. I mean, it's just the way things go. This also, where it seems, or where it comes out to look expensive, is when we're doing a PM1 and we're just doing the cab filters and doing samples. But where it evens itself back out is when we do 1,000-hour service and we have a technician that's actually doing the inspection, a technician level inspection. They're bringing the oil with them. They're bringing all the parts with them. They're doing the oil change. of, um, of the engine, the differential, um, the hydraulics, all that, and they're also hauling that oil off with them. So we're not buying bulk oil or trying to get rid of bulk oil. Like I say, that also gives them their technician level inspection. They'll let us know if there's anything wrong with it. This service agreement also does keep our cat link, which is what our cats are talking to their system. They've got a person that's all they do is watch computers for any service codes. They let us know what the service code is. And then we can address the issues. It keeps us up on on anything that could be coming up with any of our cats. We have these agreements on all of our cat equipment, up to and including the new 313 excavators. This would also cover any warranty items that if we were to go away from this and we had a warranty issue, we would then have to prove that we're using cat filters, we're using cat oil, because if we use anything else, it voids the warranty on that item. We end up in the end coming out about $6,000 less than what if we were just buying the parts and oil on the economy.
How much
The
was
service agreement, we're gonna be saving $6,000 by entering in the service agreement?
But yes, by the time they do 24, if we figure our 24 services over 6,000 hours, it comes out to $47,433, and we end up with 41,000 if we do the agreement through them.
Okay.
But that's also, you're talking about downtime on a cat. They're coming out with a truck that they suck all the oils out of the machine. They're not cracking a drain and waiting for oil to drain out of them. So that speeds up their time too. If our mechanics are doing it, and then we've got service calls or other machinery that breaks down, then we're having to stop what we're doing and go take care of that. And then we've just got a machine sitting in the shop.
What kind of service warranty is on a 6,500 hour grader like you brought last week? What kind, you talk about service warranties?
On that 6,500, it doesn't. We're actually looking into whether there is still anything that's under warranty, but we don't believe there's anything still under warranty on that cat.
That was my question.
Right.
What you brought to us last week, could we do since there's no service warranty left on that
Right.
machine? Why we could not do that ourselves and save money?
Well, we can save a little bit of money. But again, we're going to have inflationary every year. We'll lose our cat link on it. We can pay the cat link out of pocket for that, but, it's just going to be a matter of having them come down and do our 1,000 and 2,000 hour services. But we can do all that. I don't believe we're going to end up much ahead by the time we buy parts and bulk oil. And then we have to get rid of bulk oil.
Okay. Thoughts?
how much more life does that grader have?
It's at 6,500 hours. We've got 2 or 3 that are over 10,000 now. So we should get some more life out of it.
When do we look at trading those off?
Usually once they get over 10,000. But we've got blades now that are just over 10,000 that are still in good working order.
So even though the thing's not in warranty anymore under cat, we buy the cat material and put in it? Oils,
I would suggest we would. I mean, they're meant to run on those filters and
this just doesn't, I don't know, that doesn't make sense to me.
Doesn't me either. It's if we don't have a warranty with it, I mean, it's, why we're having a service agreement with them with no warranty.
It talks to their, whatever you said,
their cat link.
but we don't have a warranty on it, so does it, I mean, do we have to have that still?
No, what the cat link gives us is when service codes come up on the machine, they may not come up on the driver display, but it's going to send a cat link. We had the same thing with 323 last week, that the cat link wasn't talking with cat, and they sent a technician down and he reloaded all the software so that it would continue to talk to cat link.
How much is that program in itself? You know, I mean, do you know?
That cat link is it a must? It's not a must, no. I mean,
Do we have any instruments to check into that, like on our mechanic trucks?
we've got our service computers that we can bring it in and hook it up, but if it's not throwing a code on the control panel, that means we're just going to bring it in once a month, once a week. I mean, what kind of service are we going to do? Bring it in and hook it up to the computer to find out if there's minor codes.
Do we have a mechanic at each location where these, I mean, most for the location that like Blue Mountain, Centerville, I suppose we wouldn't have.
No, Blue Mountain, Centerville, Parker, we don't. We have a mechanic at the other 3 locations. We only have 1 computer at this time, so it would be passing it around, but
Could we set that up on a rotation to check it, you know, and even though one computer, I guess we could set it up to where we could check them routinely, couldn't we? I'm all for saving money if we can, myself. And I don't, well, I'll put it this way, I don't have them come out and change my oil on my tractors and my equipment when it's out of warranty. And I try to save it myself. And we have 3 mechanics, and I think we could utilize the mechanics we have. And then we have an operator on each blade that could help, I believe.
Cat's not gonna do anything that they're not gonna make a profit on, so I just don't know how they can do it less expensive than we could. I don't understand that. I know their mechanics make a lot more than ours.
Sure.
The program just doesn't, I don't know, doesn't make sense to me.
So we're not moving forward with the service agreement?
I'm not in favor of it.
Yeah, I would like to see our mechanics try to take care of it. I mean, do the drivers before each trip, do they check the machine? I mean, do they do all that?
yeah, we do a walk around.
Right.
I mean, but none of our guys are cat technicians. I mean,
Yeah, but I mean, I
that's
don't
what they do
understand.
full
So-
time.
They have service engine lights come on, but then they don't put them on the dash so you can see them. I mean, that kind of seems weird to me. I mean,
There are fault codes that are not are not serious until, I mean, you've only have so much space on your heads up display. But if this is just catching them before they become a fault code that's going to come up on your display.
So can we not put on a rotation to have our mechanics kind of take a computer to each one of them? Or I guess there ain't each one of them.
Don't see any reason why we couldn't.
Well, I drive tractors that have that type of equipment, and I'll assure you, when it gets serious enough, they will shut you down. I know that. Even if the code isn't there, it will shut the tractor down.
Okay.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Kenny?
Hang around. Yep.
The second is a project on Wall Street that we did some clearing under an agreement with the property owner for visibility. We'd like to go back rather than maintain it, like we have a joint agreement with the state to do continual maintenance out on 31. Instead of going back and doing that each year, we'd like to go and make a one-time fix to the issues that are there so that we can maintain our side of the right of way and the property owner can maintain theirs. There would be some buffer in between that we'd have to mow around some culverts or pipes that we'd put in. But if you recall the property on Wall Street that we cleared on the curve, and Jim would have to tell you what, is that Lane?
Yes.
Lane, okay. I believe it is, right on that curve. We're looking at the plan that Denny's brought forward, a 36-inch, 30-foot tube, and 24-inch, 30-foot tubes, two of them, with a total cost for the tubes being, looks like $2,400 invested in the tubes. You've got $989.70 on your 30 or 36, and the two 24s would be $1,425. Ditch liner at the exits of all of those tubes and the entrances be another $1,800. Your total would be $4,214. That would allow us to go not only and mow the area, because the ditches that are too steep to mow at this point would be covered and would be accessible because they have drain pipes and dirt fill, but it would also take down the line of sight. Part of this problem is that if you can imagine where there's a ditch in the center of this curve, ground higher on this side, and two slopes here in our ditches that we'd like to put culverts in to manage, making all of these three ditch areas mobile and using the fill, as Denny will tell you, to cover this, bringing this high side down, making the visibility around that corner that is now obstructed, bringing that down so that the mowing isn't as critical an issue as it is now. I believe the project he's brought to us, although it does come with some cost to the county, it's going to improve our mowing, maintain our equipment without trying to slope it into the ditch that's there now, or cause damage in the future to the equipment by trying to do things that we should have managed the issue prior to doing the maintenance.
And enhance safety at the same time.
Correct. Denny answer any questions about, he went out and got the bids for this project, has talked to the property owner. The property owner is okay with doing the project itself. What we'd ask is if you want to move forward on this, that you give us a all-in for probably $5,000 towards the project, simply so that if we have any rock overrun, that we would be able to do that and not have to come back to you. The reason we're asking you is because part of these pipes and this work would be done on private property with a property owner's agreement, so it is not something that I could have even under the cost limit agreed to myself. But if you agree to it, we'd ask Gary to draw something up for the property owner and we'd make it real quick to not only agree to what we have planned, but agree to the forward-looking maintenance on the property.
I mean, is this something we open the door here? Is other people going to be wanting this done in the county? I mean,
This is a fairly unique situation. I mean, this is,
I know I can't really follow. I don't,
we have done some work on private property at other times when it's necessary for safety purposes so that we can, and this is for our convenience. I mean, yeah, we could go in there every 3 years and clear that out, but it's going to be a lot more expensive than mowing it every year. And the way we can mow it every year is by making these adjustments.
I looked at it yesterday and I think there's a way up on the north end of that we don't have to put the tubes in and we can make an entrance in there coming off the highway to the north. I could show you what I think. And I mean, we have a boom mower and I don't think we need to go to spending this kind of money on it. I think we have a boom mower that's on a tractor, right?
Correct.
I think we can mow our ditch and get in there. If we go to the north end of it and couple hours with skid steer, we can fix it to where we can come in there and this landowner will have no issue at all.
so we put a galvanized pipe in there. I mean, how many years will that thing last? Underneath a bunch of dirt and rock. I mean, if it caves in, something happens, do we have to go back in there and dig it all up and replace it? Would that be on us?
If we put the pipe in, if we put a pipe in, then we would do maintenance on the pipe after we installed it. As to how long they last, I can't answer that.
I'm not for putting this on property like that. I think there's an easier fix myself that everybody will be comfortable with. There was an accident on this curve, but broke a tractor clear in half is the reason why they cleaned it up. And I think we've done some other ones around. I mean, in your area too.
Yep.
And I think we've got a lot more that we can do.
What did it cost us to clean this up last time we did it?
The total project, it was maintenance equipment and there were no, it was man hours and fuel. So there was no cost as far as material or supplies. We didn't haul anything in or haul anything out.
Well, what I think is we're just putting tubes and things in. It's just going to be upkeep later on that I don't think we need myself. I mean, I know it's in my district, but I guess I'm not for doing this way. I mean, I think with the boom mowers and things, being able to spray the ditch, we can spray the ditch along in there, and there's other ways we can do this with the equipment we have without putting more cost to it, is the way I feel. Putting more tubes and things that we'll have to replace on down the road.
Okay. Aside from my agenda items, that's what we've had with Denny, unless you have any more questions for him. And then Todd's ready to speak to you about the 2024 asphalt and chip and seal.
Right here on this curve.
Okay,
Right
that's
there.
where Chris
Right
said.
there, right there on that curve. If you go to it.
Okay, yep.
Chris Otto's.
Good morning, Commissioners. Todd Muller, Linn County Asphalt. I was watching the commissioner meeting last week when a couple of the individuals came in and were talking about chip seal and everything of that nature. My agenda for this year was to do the road from Blue Mound back to 7 Highway on 200 that wraps up to 400. That was all scheduled for this year. I'm going to do
2024.
Yes. I'm going to do 566 west of 7 Highway. It's got a lot of oil showing on it that I've been trying to get to, but with the budget being what it is, I've been cut back on what I can do. Let me see. I think it's 10-9. No, it's not. I'm sorry. It's, usually I'm more prepared than this. Here we are. Lyman and 750, which runs around out by the high school, our county responsibility. I've got that planned. I've got 1050 and Massey planned. And those are all roads that are out of rotation for chip seal. And then I've got a few others like Knapp and 600. And then if if I've got the budget, I'd like to throw in the ball field or the road that runs out by the ball field. And then when it comes to striping, we used to do a courtesy yellow stripe down the center. There was no policy for it. It was just something we did. But as money got tighter, when we were looking for ways that we could, one of the things we noticed was you didn't have to restripe chip seal. It wasn't required. But with everybody voicing concern, it's not an issue to try to bring it back. But we've got so much that we're behind on now that I'd like to try to break it up over the next couple of years. Because when you do chip seal, it is double what it costs to do fresh asphalt in cost. And that's, yeah, for striping. And that's why we only did a courtesy yellow down the center instead of putting white on it. Because 9 times out of 10, our chip seal is white. So putting a white line on a white chip really doesn't make a big difference. And then overlay, we're going to do 1650 to 152 on 1095. And that's scheduled for this year. And then I've got some various patching to do. I've got swags here and swags there that I'm going to try to get around. I've got a couple of blowouts that I'm going to get milled with the new head that we just bought. And I'm going to try to get that all patched in properly so that we can start getting a better product out there.
You're talking about that on 1700 Road. I suppose you heard about the
Yeah.
bridges and the one at Centerville. Can we fix those with the?
Yeah, they were scheduled to be fixed this last summer, and I had coordinated with the previous North Shop Road boss. But due to all the circumstances that happened, it kind of fell to the wayside, and it's my fault that I didn't go out and patch those and put something in
We
it.
looked at them here a couple.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, you did. I know
Yeah,
you did.
and the bridge west of Iliff on 1700, it has eroded back so far, we're gonna actually have to build a retaining wall to hold the dirt back in. And then at the one by Evangeline and the one in Centerville, it looks like something has burrowed under the bridge, maybe, possum or whatever, has caused a den underneath it, and it's caused the dirt to start to fall out. So we're gonna have to cut those back, dig them down, and put something in there that can maybe withstand being dug out, maybe clay, something of that nature. We bought the tamper that's sitting in Lacine that we're gonna get adapted to one of the pieces of equipment. But when we do these, we're gonna have to shut down the road because there's no shoulder on 1700 to sit on per se. So I'm gonna have to shut down the road and sit on one side, dig it out, pack it in, turn around, dig the other side, pack it in. That way we can actually
When
get
are
it
you
to.
looking at doing this?
We're going to try to schedule it for around spring break. That way there's no buses running for school or anything of that nature. I'm going to get back in touch with Mike Nation, who I talked to before in regards to it, and run off of his game plan that he had, since he has more knowledge with that kind of construction from working with other companies, and try to run off his game plan and get everything set so that when spring break happens, we can start rolling with it.
So, and where you say you can't paint, can you put those little sticky?
Those don't last. They typically put those there as just a temporary. 9 times out of 10, those will break off or pull out. They normally put those there before they're striping. That way it's a courtesy that way. But if we're going to do it permanent, we need to have it striped
So,
professionally.
and like on the striping, wouldn't it make sense that as we're doing the chip and seal that we're coming in after?
We used to. That's what I'm saying. We used to come in and put a courtesy
And just
stripe.
stayed on that rotation?
Yeah, that's what we used to do. Every time we chip seal a road, a season, we'd have the striping company come in and stripe what we just chip sealed. But we used to do, last year we spent $12,000 on the fresh oil, and it's gonna cost us around $21,000 to do just the yellow down a chip seal road.
How many miles for that? I mean,
5 miles.
5 miles, 12.
And see, right now, we're sitting at 55 and a quarter miles down of what should be striped if we're gonna do it right. And that's a large amount of money out of the budget to do that. So that's why I'd like to see if we couldn't add 20 miles every year to what we're already gonna do, chip seal and stripe, and just have that done with it. And then hopefully within 3 or 4 years, we're caught back up to where everything's getting striped properly.
What does it cost us to chip seal a mile?
Our chip seal, if we're using Whitaker, I just talked to Richard out there and he said their rock is running $13.70 for half-inch screened. And it is going to cost us about $21,000 with man hours, trucks, fuel. It should be about $21,000 a mile if the oil holds at what the price was.
Have you seen the new process of anything where they can lay that down and the state's actually using it for a chip seal where they can go right in and line it?
talked to Ethan Lichtai over there in Anderson County, and he said that the state process is almost double to triple the cost of what we do because of the type of material they use, and that the stuff that they had done over in their county is a 1/4-inch trap rock, which I brought a sample of. I went and talked to him. It's a 1/4-inch overlay chip seal. That's what he said it was. So, and they had chip loss and stuff like that. He was showing me everything that went with that. They had Vance Brothers do it. It was almost $28,000 a mile to do it. So
It was 28.
$28,000 is what he said, and he said and that was last year's prices. With if everything goes up, it'll probably go up more that way. But he said they came in, laid it, striped it, and broomed it. Everything they took care of all that. So right now, if we do it and have straight line striping, which is who we normally use for our striping, it'd be somewhere in the neighborhood of 23 because he's not terrible when it comes to doing it per mile. I mean, it is, but it isn't.
Did he like it as well as his old boy? I mean, as far as what they did?
He said he's waiting to see how well it holds
It
up.
was new this year.
Yeah.
And it was the Burlington Road out of Garnett.
Yeah. Yep. And he said the only complaint he had was it was still showing the crack seal lines to it. He said, but other than that, he's waiting on a good season of snow and everything to run a few plows across it pretty regularly to see how well it holds up. But he said, other than that, he was okay with it. He said he has no complaints so far.
I mean, do they make attachments that you can put on for painting those stripes if like on a skid steer? I mean, or
No.
you had to have a truck or whatever?
You'd have to have a truck if you're going to do miles like that. And when I've talked to Casey Clausen, who owns Straight Line, he said just a beginner's truck is just massively expensive. He said they're just ridiculous because you've got to have it set up to where it mixes while you're going down the road and then it can spray as you're going along. He said if you wanted to do it like that, you're looking at quite a bit of money. And from all the bids we've gotten throughout the years, he's always been the most reasonable when it comes to it. He's always been the most forward too when I've asked him questions. But if you guys have no problem with it, I'd like to try to break up the striping that we normally get done and try to add on to it every year and just try to get us back up to where we were.
I think that would be beneficial.
Like your little patching areas, how do you stripe that? Do we have this?
Normally, I try to keep my patch from going over center line, but if it has to, I really don't patch because it's such a small area of material. I really don't. But if I need to, we can always buy the paint from like Coleman or anything like that, and we can go back and add the paint to the road. It's not an issue in that sense. But I didn't know if it would be beneficial for us to go out and do that, or if that's because of how small the patches are, if it's a road hazard for us to do. You know, if we leave them like that, I didn't know.
I would like to go out myself with this new process and see if we can get a bid on it and do a small section of this, maybe this year, because, you know, we're always shorthanded in the summer.
There was a company, I gave Sean, I think I gave you their card when I was at KAC, that asphalt company. I can't remember their name. Was David. You probably know who they are. Not really nice people. And they were talking about the same thing Jim's talking about. I don't know enough to even speak on it, but
I don't either, but all I'm saying is if we could look into it,
Yeah,
because we're shorthanded and we're taking everybody off to do the chip and seal throughout the summer. And if we did it to see what it's like,
At the 26,000,
you know?
28 plus.
Well, he said at 28,000 with the way their budget was, they did 15 miles of road. Right now, we used to do 40 miles of road in the county with what our budget used to be and the material used to be. Right now, we're sitting at 22 with the way the budget works. We have a little over 200 plus miles of blacktop road in the county. And at 20 miles every year, it's taking 10 years to do a rotation of actual chip seal.
and then by statute, what do we have to pave, overlay, cracks? What do we have to do on that? Like those outer roads, don't we have to do something on that by statute?
We have to maintain them to the standard of what it was when they were handed to us. So like,
Does he think the lines stay better? I mean, does it look like to him the lines are going to stay better on this?
no.
He don't think so.
No, you can see where the lines have faded slightly here and there on it.
Already.
Yeah, we went and drove it just when we went over and talked to him, he took us around. And then the other issue is, since they did the job, the rock they stockpiled on him, he can't touch. That's their rock. rocks. So he's got probably, I don't know, 25 ton of rock sitting in his lot that can't go anywhere. So he said that's not really a burden to him because he's got a big enough lot, but if we had,
They actually put it on county property and then it's theirs.
yeah. Yeah, and he said that he's been trying to get in touch with them about coming and getting it, but he hasn't had any success yet. So that would be the other thing. If we did do a project with them and they stockpile a large amount, until they come and get it, it's gonna be in the property, it's gonna be on the lot.
I think we should negotiate
And-
with them anyway.
And I brought a sample of both if you guys want to take a look at it. I brought from Whitaker this year, and then I brought some of the trap rock from the pile. He allowed me to get a quarter of a bucket just to let you guys see. They're both about the same as far as when you put your hands in and check your dirt. Sometimes you can put your hands in, rub the rock, and come back and see how your dirt. They both have about the same amount. You can feel the dust and dirt on them, but there's nothing that you could say was actually a pile of lime in there or anything.
Where do they get their rock at from?
Southern Missouri is where Vance Brothers, they shipped it in by rail to Kansas City, and then the company that Vance Brothers hired to do the job transported it down. So that was everything included. They brought in the rock, they hauled it, but like I said, at the end of it, the rock they had left over is sitting on that property. It can't go nowhere.
As far as our rock, can we negotiate? I don't know. I mean, I've asked this many a times. Can we negotiate with our quarries on our price?
Honestly, as far as prices go, Whitaker this year is very reasonable compared to Ham and
I know, but if I went in there and bought gravel, I'd be paying the same exact as the county would, right? I mean, as an individual.
I believe so.
That's crazy to me. We're their biggest suppliers. I mean, I don't know why we haven't had a serious conversation with them about, trying to get a little better deal on it.
I can try and talk to Kurt and see what he says. I mean, it doesn't hurt to ask.
I mean, I don't think it hurts to ask. I mean, when they came in here, I mean, I talked about it a few times, but why not? I mean,
I can ask him and see where he stands on it and let Sean know.
how do you guys feel?
And if you want, I can get a bid on that overlay or the way the state's done it. I can talk to someone over in Garnett.
Not seeing the bid just to see what it is. Tom.
Okay.
I mean, it's,
They use and Ethan told me the name of it, but I cannot for the life of me pronounce the word. He rambled it off like it was second language to him, but he told me the name of the material they use. And he said the material they use for that is what is the most expensive. It's at least 2 to 3 times when it's laid than what we charge or what we get.
same thickness
yeah.
and everything. Just
Yeah.
The state, what state uses.
Yeah. He said,
They did the road from 59 highway to Waverly.
yeah. And he said they went in and they scrubbed the road first, which got a lot of the debris off, and then the material they put down. And he said in that process, by what he was told from them, was double his. And if they're paying that much, we're 6,000 under that. So, I mean, it's going to be, I'm guessing another third above for us.
But I mean, the major issue with us as far as drying a piece of road or something that way is that you don't have it in your budget.
I could try it in my budget. I could try it on a small section of road. I've got 1050 in Massey. That's a relatively small road, but I don't know if the company.
It would be on a small section either. I mean,
Right.
we'll just have to look at the bid.
Right. Well, and that's the thing. I don't know if I can get a company to come over and say, hey, I've got a 1.5 miles road that I'd like you to try this on just to see if I can get a company to come over.
Right.
Because generally, if it's something that like that, they're going to want a large portion to make it worth their while to bring in the equipment and everything else.
Right.
But I will get a hold of the state over there and find out what the name of it is and the process and see what it takes. And maybe they've got a name of a company that does it. Or if they did it themselves, find out what they used. And maybe it's something we can do in-house. I don't know.
Okay.
Okay.
Sounds good. Thank you, Todd.
Would you guys like me to?
We can get a football field painter and just put it in our wellness program. You got to walk behind the machines.
Oh, my goodness. Well, I'd get my steps in, wouldn't we? This is the trap rock. It's 1/4 inch.
This is stuff from Anderson County.
That's the stuff from Anderson County, and this is stuff from Mountain City right here. And see, you're getting a little powder on your hand. Yeah.
Which is which?
The bucket right there is, Anderson County, it's what Anderson County uses, 1/4 inch track.
Yeah.
That's Whitaker Monster.
There is dust, but nothing more.
Yes. It's not, when we send out our samples, that's why they tell us our shot rate and everything is to counteract anything like that. And so when we send it out, they'll say 0.42, 0.43, whatever it is, it's to counteract the dirt and everything. Like Centerville, when we had that loss, there's no telling what was the problem. I upped my oil shot, he dropped his rock amount, and it still didn't stick.
Is the ditch full of this?
He's got a pretty decent pile along the edge, nothing real big, no more than what we have up in Lacine. When we just did that chip seal this year, we didn't have hardly any chip loss on our roads.
But you know what I'm talking
Yeah.
about, what happened.
Oh,
I
yeah.
don't know what took place over there, but that.
No, and that's the thing, if you go up to the Lacine area and look at all the side of the roads, I don't have hardly any chip loss this year. It was actually a really good year for chipping. The roads went real well, so. Any more questions, gentlemen?
Thank you,
Thank you,
Todd.
Todd.
All right, have a great day. That's what we need right now.
To add to the conversation with Todd, if we are looking at additional striping, I know the gentleman that came in last week, what we're talking about is chipping that roadway, so that problem is going to resolve itself. But if we do look at additional striping, that would have to come out of special roads. If we did a third of what was left, we would have to pull that out. And then if you wanted budget for the following years, but there is no budget for that this year. So if that is something that is a concern and you want us to bid, you'd have to understand that would come out of special roads in order to maintain the budget.
I think we just get back to doing it.
Well, at least get the center line of the road. I mean,
What, but I mean, are you saying get the center line on every road or the center line on the ones we've
start working
repaired?
on it somehow, yeah. Or, I don't
The
know,
ones that we've rechipped?
for sure do that, or I think we should,
I do too.
because I think that's a huge concern. I've heard a lot of people tell me that.
Danny?
Yeah, I mean, I don't. There's an attachment right there. The used truck for 19 grand. It cost us how much to pave that? 20 grand? Roughly?
To pave what?
Or
To
paint,
paint.
sorry.
To paint? I think,
20 grand for 5 miles?
yeah, 5 miles, 21 grand.
That was out on Wall Street, what they did there. But
I don't recall which roadway he was talking about. Normally striping unless it's asphalt versus chip and seal. Chip and seal requires more paint because of the texture of the roadway. So obviously that's going to be a little bit more pricey.
So what we paid last year was the straight line. I see a payment of $9,487.50, but I don't know how much that was.
That's going to be asphalt. That's going to be the
Wall Street,
Wall Street. I
the
mean,
5.5 miles.
yeah,
Yeah, 5.75 is what it says here. So
yep.
47,000.
that's what,
I mean, there's
1,400 a mile or so.
Hmm. On asphalt, yeah.
Yeah.
on the jail, can we look over there and see what's going on, why that electric bill's so high at the old jail?
I've already spoke with Chris and we're going to pull down the utility bills on that and look at that and we'll have something to you
Okay.
next week.
Okay.
So if you're ready for me to move on, we have the Hell's Bend project update. I think, this morning you should have got the email that would have told you, the state is looking at the relet and the supervisor has agreed to try to relet the project. BG is also reaching out to contractors to help out with that process to find out what went wrong in the process and why we got only one bid. I got a hold of Hugh at the state for KDOT as a project manager and said, what can we expect going forward? When would this let if we relet it? He said it could relet as early as 30 days from now if we had no major changes to the project. Now, if our engineers talk to everybody and they say, okay, your peering method is the issue and we don't want to try to get this material in, or we don't want to try to construct this way because it's cost prohibitive for us or our company. If they changed anything about the engineering to get more bids, then we could be 3 months out, but the latest we could do would be October of this year. So I'll work with BG, talk to them, find out whether we're going to do a quick turnaround and throw out the same bid, or from their conversations with the contractors, they've found something that we can augment or change about that bid process or the engineering that will help the bid process. And it might be 3 months down the road when they bid it out, if that's the case.
Are we going to have more engineering costs?
If I would have to presume, if we agreed to re-engineer it in order to get more bids, there would be an engineering cost to it.
What we talk about options of which way we could do it? I mean, was it the only option to go over the railroad tracks instead of like as a bridge? Did we discuss that?
I have not been able to discuss that directly with the engineers at this point. But when I speak directly to them rather than through email in this process, I will bring that up and forward to them. But I was working on this week trying to find out, one, whether a relet was possible, two, whether all the KDOT supervisors had bought into it, three, that our engineering company was on board and going to assist with that process, and when that process or how that process worked. And did not have time to go through and discuss any modification to the engineering as far as a completely different plan yet. That'll be quite possibly this coming week if I get a chance to sit down with the engineers.
Okay.
So what's the deciding date on it now? You got a new one?
The let date hasn't been picked yet. If we do no changes, if we just relet the same project, could be 30 days. If we make engineering changes to it, then it could be anywhere from 3 months to the end letting date for this year, which would be October.
Can we get a life or like an estimated life expectancy on that bridge timeline? I mean, can you ask that question?
For the current bridge in place? I can ask that question.
Meaning for us if we don't.
Yes. I'll speak to the engineer about that as well.
So we bid a lot of KDOT work, and sometimes they'll, like, normally we can get on there and see pull the plans. So like, we would know that only that contractor pulled the plans. First, if 9 or 10 companies pull the plans, so sometimes you can make, so then if we're bidding it, and we're the only ones that pull plans on it, we always bid it higher. But then again, if 10 people pull the plans on it, we only have one bid, normally it's design issues, just as a heads up.
Okay.
I know on our end, we can see it, I don't know.
I would assume KDOT or the engineering company that we've hired representing us could.
Okay.
I sent out I think Jessica sent it out, the on-call engineering. Sent out a spreadsheet. And the complete details behind that spreadsheet. Are in the packet. This is something that we already have a recommendation on, but we can address if you'd like next week in order to give you time to go through the spreadsheets. You're going to see that we've highlighted our recommendation on your spreadsheets, and we can go over it. Although it is not the lowest in our general engineering, you're going to see the reason we're making our recommendations is the fact that not only are there other services that we have determined are highly beneficial to us, but the engineering company itself, although it may be a little bit higher in one or more general services, they are also closer, and their deployment and travel time is going to be less. So your fuel plus your hourly rate during travel for those services, we're going to get more face-to-face for less cost, and we're also going to get more services provided in other engineering aspects.
So, and this is by statute, right? That we have to do this? We have to provide this study or this, or no, that's for the bridge inspections, right? We have to-
That's bridge inspections.
Yeah, this is
The
an
on,
on-call engineer,
Okay,
just to have somebody we can look to answer engineering questions and guide us.
Peppercorn has, they have, do they do?
They're doing it
different
right now.
Businesses for it? Oh, they're doing that right now?
Yeah, Peppercorn is currently our on-call engineer.
correct.
They have been for what, 2 or 3 years?
I believe so.
Can you get us what we've used them for this last year and what we paid them and all that? Do we have that?
I can pull that.
Yeah, could you do that?
I can send it out in your packets.
Okay.
Again, I'll bring this to you next week, and ask you to, approve an on-call engineer, and enter into an agreement with them for those services. Next thing I had for you, updates on the projects or property. Senior Center met with STARS program administrator and the construction trades instructor. We went through not only their schedule, their testing, and but also the project schedule. We're looking, from what I'm being told, the 15th of February as an estimated project completion date. And that is bar any issues that come up. But as we see it now, that's a good timeline for both them and us for completion of that project.
Okay.
The next thing I had, I apologize, Randy had surgery, and I was unable to get a hold of him to confirm his date, so I can't give you the Old District Court immediately at this time, because I was unable to confirm those dates and information with him. But I did bring an invoice in for the painting at that site. The reason I'm bringing it in to you was there was an overage on that painting. The hallway walls and the old surface walls, let me put it that way, because we built some new walls. The old surfaces had to be painted twice, so there was additional paint and labor cost above and beyond what was originally projected for that. And unless there are issues or concerns that I'm unaware of, I'm going to go ahead with your approval and pay those overages, simply because if he would have left it the way it was, your end product without the second coating on those would have shown and would have not been wouldn't have been the end result or project that you wanted to put forward to the employees.
What'd you say the change was?
The change was $1,400 to bring a total to $5,200.
bridge construction be like quadruple it.
Let's see.
I'm good with it. I know it's,
I think the contractor in this case was looking out for our interests and not wanting to give us a end product that we would be displeased with. So, yeah, there's some increase, but you're talking about instead of a sheetrock textured wall, you're talking about a papered lay, from the factory, an old wall that, just not going to take the paint the same as a sheetrock wall, a normal sheetrock wall would.
so do we need to,
I suppose there's no problem having a motion just to approve the overage. Or approve the payment of the entire bill, or how you want to do it. I mean, you got authorization up to a certain amount.
Correct. And this would bring, if this happened multiple times or in small projects, then it would go all over the amount that you gave me approval for.
So if you
Randy.
approve the overage, it would basically add that amount on to his cap, basically, so.
I'm good with it. Are you guys?
I am.
I'll make a motion that we pay the total bill for the permanent construction painting of the old judicial center at $5,200.
I'll second it. Motion been moved and seconded to pay the total bill of $5,200 to Pemberton Construction. Is there any discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries.
Is there a finish date on that completely yet?
That's what I was saying, that recently Randy was out due to surgery, so I haven't been able to make contact to confirm those dates. So I believe he'll contact me back when he's.
Are we to a point where we should ask the people that are going to be using those spots to go look at it, make sure everything's going to work for them, or if there's anything that we need to get going on before they start moving?
I think they've been through and discussed parts of the project prior to this date, but as far as are we to the point where they need to walk through and give a head nod to what's there? I think down the road, yes, but not quite to that point. There, a lot of stuff is still going to be opened up, and the finished fiber and electricals aren't completed. So if you don't have that in, then you're not going to have a lot of finished work there to look at other than just rough stuff. So my guess is soon, but not now. But I will reach out to them if they want to walk through it at any time. I'll open the building up to them.
Okay.
Landfill numbers. Last week, I believe it was you, Danny, that asked about numbers for the tipping floor on commercial waste. I sent that out. There should be numbers on a spreadsheet that's just simply photographed and sent over from Al. And I believe that total number for commercial solid waste was 338 loads, net weight at 12,047 ton, and charges fees back to for those services was $55,666.25. For that, I think you saw some emails, one from Ron at A1 Pump Jet, obviously, the Lagoon project, between the start dates and weather that they've encountered and getting started late in the season, that we've got some option there. We can either continue on with this project and have it done in the spring, or we can end the agreement and restart this over next year, or this year, I'm sorry. We've already set the project, moved the money over. I don't think we should get in a big hurry to rebid a project we've got a firm price on.
Does it have any effect on the landowner we're putting the waste on? Are they still okay with the extension? of the
They,
timeframe?
they have been working directly between them and the company. I will have to reach out and contact the landowner. I don't think we need a decision again today, but I'll bring that back before next week so that I can speak to that issue. But as I've said, we have a decision between the two. And if you have any other questions before we make it, let me know and I'll reach out and get those answered for you.
That's all I have.
Did we get an email from about the lake?
What lake?
Oh, never mind. It's just it was,
Okay, so you're gonna bring that back in, make sure we're cool with those.
Yes. Yes. And then I'll ask you for a direction on it next week as well as the engineering. Next thing I had for you was, we originally had 2 burial permits that we sent out, but we had another one arrive this morning. We've got BP 202401, Miami County Rural Water 3, and this permit is for bore. The address is 21862 County Road 1077 in Parker. Jesse's already looked at it and signed off, as well as I have. And it is from the same company, Miami Rule 3, for BP 202402 on another bore for water service at 78 West 2300 Road in Parker, and both are 3/4 water installations. Both of these permits have been looked at, reviewed by the foreman, and signed off on.
Okay. Questions on those burial permits?
I don't have any.
Okay, do we have a motion to approve?
I'll make that motion to accept both burial permits. Is it for that? What was the numbers on them?
01 and 02.
01 and 02.
2001, 2024-02 for burial permits for water line.
I'll second that motion. It's been moved and seconded to approve burial permits 2024-01 and 2024-02. Is there any discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries.
The next we received this morning, if you'd like to take it up, 2024-03, Linn County Rule 2 for bore and right-of-way crossing. The locations are .300 feet west on 1000 from Vernon Road, and 700 feet east of Umfenauer on City Lake Road. Jesse has also looked at both of these this morning and signed off on them. We have the check, and the rest of the form was properly filled out, and I signed off on it as well.
Made copies of that one.
6-inch poly line.
And just as a side note to this, Commissioners, on the future applications, you'll start seeing, we're adding just a diagram page with a lot of these companies. Have a company address, not a project. So what we're doing is we're putting a project location and below that a diagram. So it'll be easier for the road foremans, you and I to determine the address locations and things when we look at these.
I'll make a motion that we approve burial permit 2024-03.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed? Motion carries.
Commissioners, that's all I had for you this morning, unless you have anything for me.
I got one thing. Our last year mower called and I think he's trying to build a schedule for next year. What do you guys think? I mean, are we take that out for bid? Do we need to rewrite our description of work on it? I know last year we had a few issues, but do we need to revamp that thing and send it back out and start getting bids on it?
Actually, Randy had made some suggestions on that I thought were not only creative, but productive towards a discussion on that. He said we probably should let it out for, instead of the way we put it out to bid for each cycle, and us calling to bid, bidding a timeline of the work. And I'll have to bring it to you. I can bring it to you in the next probably 2 weeks, but the way he suggested the wording on the bid, not only took a lot of emphasis off staff, but I think it was more direct and easy to bid. So if you'd like, I can get with him, bring 2 different versions of that and see what you'd like to do with it.
Okay, sounds good.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sean.
Yeah, just that last one.
Because I'm gonna need to flip out. Do you need anything
I
else?
just sent you something, Gary. I saw that, that property, did you get it? Check your.
Yeah, I saw that.
So is there anything, so when we sold those lots, I mean, does that keep, I seen there's an apartment in it or something at the airport?
He built that hangar with an apartment in it, yeah.
And he's allowed to live there? I mean, or is that something that?
Nothing that's prohibited in our regulations.
I got you. I don't know if you guys saw that.
And we were aware that he was gonna do that when he built it.
Gary, on a summary log on your extra hours too, I haven't got that the last few months. Can you start sending that with?
Yeah, I sent November's out to you. I don't know that I sent December's or not, but I will.
Maybe I've got it somewhere, but I haven't seen it either.
I'll do that.
So maybe I've overlooked it, so
I
could you just start sending that one?
I try to remember to.
Okay.
All right.
I need an executive session for 10 minutes that we may need Gary for trade secrets. Sorry, Gary.
I still have a couple of quick things to get to them, but this can go first. I'm not in a hurry.
Mm-hmm.
He's selling that.
Oh, he's selling his lot
Yeah, with his.
with his hangar?
Yeah.
See how it goes then. Okay. Is that all?
For Gary, yes.
Okay. All right. 10 minutes executive session for trade secrets with Jessica.
I'll second it.
Motion been moved and seconded. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries.
Not listening.
Why did you say that?
Over. I need a motion to approve, and then I've also got the year-end.
Okay. We had no action from executive session. And the sheriff's fee report for December 31st, U.S. Marshal Transportation and Housing of $60,568.17. Wyandotte inmate payment for November of $41,445. A grant of $2,000. And then civil service out-of-state fee of $65, in-state fee of $285, report fee of $265, fingerprint fees of $90, conceal and carries of $162.50, offender fee of $360, and a VIN fee of $420, for a total of $105,660.67. Is there a motion to approve?
I make a motion we approve it.
I'll second it.
Motion been moved and seconded to approve the sheriff's fee report. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, motion carries.
Like I say, the other one I gave you was just the year-end park report.
Is there any way we can go through and put add everything into benefits, all that stuff into what it's costing us to run the park? Or how much work would that be?
A lot.
It's really hard on benefits because you get into with a self-funded healthcare plan, you'd have to look at individual employees and what the cost was for them, and it's going to vary week by week. I mean, I could give you an estimate on the fixed
Average
costs
cost.
that go into it, but to actually get it into claims, I think you'd probably be getting into personal information we shouldn't be looking at.
I just want to see what, what exactly it cost us to, or not, it don't be exact, but an estimate of what it cost us to run, if everything included.
Now, do you take any of this income, David, in the budget and take that off as far as, is it figured in the budget?
It's all in the budget as income.
This there is income in there, so when it comes up, mill levies like that, we take that off.
I estimate it when I'm
Whatever it
doing
is at the
budget for
beginning.
the next year, and then whatever the actual is, if that's different, it would have an effect on the cash carryover for the year.
Okay. So like when we budget the 300 or 350, whatever we do, we figure this back in whatever the budget.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, I mean, not directly to their budget, but to the general
To the
fund.
general fund, but it's
Yeah.
figured in the budget as far as the income coming in, I guess, is my
Mhm.
question.
So just a wild estimate, if you're looking at 125,000 in payroll costs for the year, you've got, so just 2 full-time up there year round or 3? You're probably easily looking at 50,000 in benefits for the year. But it would take some time to come up with anything detailed on it.
It says the year to date we've gained.
11,408.
Okay, so we've got the transfer or the capital outlay in there as well. So did they do a transfer to,
They did, and I to go back and look at those.
because that's our, so for the December, we have income of $16,010.35.
Oh, yeah, 35,000 of that was a transfer.
And then expenses, we had $46,781.04. 35,000 of that was a transfer
Right.
out of there.
Which will be going for expenses relating to them, but it's not stuff we've spent yet. It will be coming up in this year or next year, just as,
And that's why
yeah,
for
that,
our year to date, we're down to
yeah, I mean,
$11,408.81 after being higher than that before. It's because of that transfer.
right, the end of the year, we transferred a bunch of money out. It's still, we have to expense it in 23 to take it out of that budget and put it away for future.
Right.
But we have not spent that money outside of the
Well,
county.
I was just wanting to point out that that was what was
Yeah.
off for December.
But, I mean, you could go back and look at these reports for 20 years, and most times you're going to see a positive number on that report at the end of the year. And I would almost bet that every year, if you added the true cost of benefits in, it would be a negative. It's never really made money if you count the benefits. And it's probably not going to.
We can still try. I mean, we have $133,000 dredge project we're doing right now. Where's that coming from?
Some of that's going to come out of there, but some of that we took out of contingency in other places too.
Okay.
Anyway, that was the only things I had left for you. And then what we had left on the schedule, if you guys want to discuss goals for this year.
You're the boss. I'm kind of done.
You want to push that to next week?
I would like to.
It's not 5 o'clock, Danny.
Yeah. Don't worry.
Okay. Let's go ahead and push that to next week. So, all right, do we have anything else? Okay.
I have several things today. Good morning, Jessica Hightower. I have 3 committee members that I need to renew for the Economic Development Committee. As you recall, last year we started terms and term limits. So these 3 were started off with a 1-year term so that we can stagger them going forward. They will roll into a 3-year term that will expire in January of 27. We have Tiffany Nelson from District 1, Elaine Jager from District 2, and Matt Akes from District 3. They have all been on for the entire year of 2023, and they would like to be renewed for another a full term.
So they came on a partial term to fill the first one?
Yes,
Vacancy.
so they're the first ones to roll over, yes. They weren't vacancies.
Okay.
They were on the committee when we started the terms. These are the first ones to roll over.
Anybody got any issues with those 3? Okay, I'll make a motion that we approve District 1, Tiffany Nelson, District 2, Elaine Jager, and District 3, Matt Higgs for the Economic Development Committee.
I'll second it.
Motion been moved and seconded. Is there any other discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed? Motion carries.
I have had an empty seat in Jim's district for a few months. I have Brenda Tollett, who filled out the committee application form and indicated she was interested in the Economic Development Committee. I have spoken to her. She is able to serve on that committee. If you appoint her, her term will expire January of 26, so she's stepping into the 3-year term. She'll finish this one and then roll over in 26.
So she filled out the online application.
She did.
That you created.
She did. We have 8 people who filled that out. I've sent them to the relevant committees.
Okay.
You guys good with, I'm good with, you said Brenda Tollett?
Brenda Tollett. Mm-hmm.
Being on the Economic Development Committee in my district.
I'll second it. Motion been moved and seconded to appoint Brenda Tollett to the Economic Development Committee. Is there any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
I sent out a spreadsheet with our land lease information last week. We have 5 that we need to renew this year. 4 that we scheduled it on purpose, and then the final one, the individual who was renting it gave it up last year. So this year we have the Lacing Industrial Park, we have the Linn County Airport, the Linn County Park, Solid Waste Landfill Farm Ground, and Solid Waste Landfill Hay Ground. I would like to know how long you would like to advertise those leases for.
Isn't Gary looking into the Hastings for the airport?
He's gonna look into that.
So, but we were looking at splitting it. So, I mean, that wouldn't affect our ability to lease it.
Correct. And just as a reminder, we cannot mow that because of the milkweed. The county is not allowed to mow it.
The hay ground,
Yes.
but we can lease it out.
We can lease it out and let someone else do it. Yes.
We should just let the milkweed have.
And you're asking whether we want to do 1-year leases on those or?
No one who submitted for the 1-year lease was very happy about it. I would suggest not doing 1-year leases. I believe we've done 3 or 5 in the past, and those have a clause in them that says that if we need the land for something else, we can break the lease with enough notice. The other 2 that are on the list, the hay lease, 14.2 acres at the industrial park on Thomas Road, and then the farm ground on Thomas Road. When those come up, I plan to roll them into the same cycle as these others so that they all renew at the same time. So we'll have one come up in September of this year, and then the other one will be next spring.
Didn't we have it on a 4-year cycle? I think that was when I first came to commissioner, it was 4 years, wasn't it?
They vary, and they all have historically come up at different times, and we're trying to streamline them and do them all at the same time, so we don't have
I think
to.
it's only fair if you go year to year. I mean, year to year.
You never know, I mean.
That fertilizing comes into play there.
Property, right? I mean, you would.
It is, I
it'd be a
would say it would be fair because if somebody's operation changed in London, I mean, you know, it wasn't there, or somebody else come in as a taxpayer, I don't know,
I would like to keep it year to year. I mean,
I don't have a problem with it that way, if that's what you guys choose to
I mean,
do.
how often does hay ground, does the price rise per acre? Yearly, right?
It's not so much, I think no, I don't know that it's rising as far as what.
Farm ground can.
Right.
The
The hay ground is less is less volatile as far as the rental rate.
What the neighbor across the road, what happens if he needs hay ground
A
too?
lot of it's been due to the fertilizer they're putting on, and they don't want to spend the money to fertilize it and then not have it for another
Multiple
Yes.
years.
after that.
I mean, I think it's only fair to the taxpayers that, I mean, they all get opportunity to bid on it each year because it's public land.
Okay.
I feel like that'd be fair anyway.
Why would that be different than being fair to bid on it every 3 or 4 years when it comes up?
I mean, because what if I want to start going against Jim and hay in 2 years from now? I'd like the opportunity to bid on it. I mean,
I don't know. I think you're going to lose some bidders if they can't fertilize it and keep it for more than 1 year.
I think I've already had 2 text messages about wanting to let them know whenever we're accepting bids on it. So I'd just like the opportunity, I mean, for other people to bid on it every year. So I know that whenever I first got here, I can't remember who, like Monty Moss or something. It was on a 4-year cycle and it was a massive deal. Wasn't it, Monty?
He had one of them. I don't believe he does anymore.
So he stopped his operation and I think he had somebody else doing it and we didn't even know it or something. And they left all the hay by the runway. I don't know. I just think that year to year would be better.
Is it good, we do it at 2 year,
I would rather see it 2 year.
let's go at a 2 year, and just go that way, and then if somebody wants to fertilize, they can, and it gives everybody a chance, and then it's not locked up too long.
Yeah.
I'll make a motion and go off of a 2 year lease.
Okay.
I'll say it.
Motion been moved and seconded to lease out. This is all hay ground, right, Jess?
There is some farm ground at the landfill.
So
that's up this year.
The 5 sites that the county owns for 2 years. That's your motion?
That's my motion, 2 years.
Okay. Is there any other discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries.
We discussed a few weeks ago the 2026 High Risk Rural Roads Grant. The application is due next Monday. We're not in session on Monday, so I would like to get it turned in this week. I have it all filled out, except I am still working on getting crash data together, but based on the estimates, from Peppercorn, it looks like the total that we're applying for, the total project on the application is gonna be $470,000. Our portion would be 104. And the grant portion would be 366,000. This is for safety measures on 1095 between 1650 and 1150. So we have a grant already to do from 1650 to 152. We've decided to overlay that this summer. And then that grant is in fiscal year 25, so it'll be the year after that the grant work is done. So this one is for fiscal year 26. I've spoken to Todd. If we want to do that again for this section, we can budget in 2025 to overlay this portion of 1095. It's actually going to be more than we usually do. It's going to be 6.24 miles. Usually we do 5.5. So we'll have to budget a little more for that. At this point, we don't have to commit to anything. I'm just looking for permission to submit this application. We wouldn't have to commit to anything until we are notified whether we receive it or not.
I'm good with submitting it.
I'm good with it.
Todd, it falls on the Todd's, you guys already,
Yep. He would, if we do this, he would push the second half of Wall Street out another year. But yes, he's aware.
What are they gonna, I mean, it's sight lines.
Again,
Striping.
yes, it's sightlines, it's striping, it's
Are they gonna reduce
signage.
curves?
No, we're not going to do construction of the road itself.
Okay.
So there are mentions in the local road safety plan of doing that, but those are upwards of $2 to $3 million projects.
so if we were to do the project ourselves in county, just to kind of, what would it cost us to do it?
Based on this estimate, $470,000. We can take the 104,000 out of special roads that year. We've got that in there. And that's including, so the preliminary engineering is would be all of our responsibility. That's $64,000. The construction is estimated, our portion at $35,000, and then the construction engineering would be $5,000.
I'll make a motion to allow Jessica to submit this application. What's it called? The safety.
High risk rural roads for fiscal year 2026.
And this is just to keep the process moving. We haven't been awarded
To
anything.
submit
The application.
I'll second it.
Motion been moved and seconded to enter into to submit an application for the high-risk roads grant. Is there any other discussion? All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries.
That's my list for today. Thank you.
Thank you, Jess. Okay, anything else?
Can the economic development committee, meeting be live streamed? You're putting a lot of pressure on us to come up with an industry that's comparable to solar, and I feel like we should know what they're talking about in economic development.
Didn't we already discuss that once? About having meetings?
It's not been out of the backup, we have a website, and I don't see it live.
Do you guys have an issue with it?
I don't have a problem with live stream.
It's a public meeting, right? Yeah.
Yes,
I mean,
absolutely.
yeah, I mean, I think
It's during the noon hour of, what?
Third Wednesday of the month.
The what?
Third Wednesday.
Thursday, Wednesday, yep. Okay.
Although the committee is, in January, we're going to talk about changing the meeting time because it's not convenient for the committee, so.
Want to go back to evening or?
No, they want to do it first thing in the morning.
4 a.m.
Okay. Anything else? All right, I'll make a motion that we adjourn the meeting.
I'll second it.
Moved and seconded to adjourn the meeting. All those in favor? Aye. Meeting adjourned.
You want that?
That's yours. Not mine. You got one too? We got,
Okay.
we got
Yeah, he's.
You want?